Okay, we are live. Good afternoon and welcome to today's live stream. Today we are back at DC-3. I've been so occupied at work that I had zero time to dig into the Airbuses or Boeings more during this week, so we are back at the thing I sort of know. Not really, but still learning. But at least we have some kind of touch base. Today we are in Colombia. We are doing a bush flight over the jungles to the jungles, which is still very, very operational to date. Many of the jungle towns and cities are pretty inaccessible by car, and there's basically two main ways to get to the towns. It's either by the rivers or by air. And DC-3s are still operational from La Vanguardia, where we are taking off today. And we are flying Air Colombia cargo flight today. No passengers for this one, just cargo, but let's call it a supply flight. So we are taking off from La Vanguardia in Villavicencio. Then we will have a stop and go at Caruru, in the middle of the jungle, next to the rivers and everything, and another stop and go at El Refugio airport. Today we have a bit of overcast. I believe it's 8 a.m. in Colombia right now, and some thunder going on, but shouldn't be too much. I hope we are not experiencing any heavy rain, because I am flying fully visual. Despite I do have the GPS map, but landings are all visual. So let's jump into our plane. Air Colombia HK1175. I believe, if I remember correctly, Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was first built in 1944 for US military. And then later on it was exported to Colombia, first serving another airline, and nowadays, or after that, served for Air Colombia. I believe it was still operational well to the 2000s. Not totally sure if it's still operational or if it's grounded already. But the last live photos what I've seen, I think it was 2012. Not Air Colombia, but Colombia is quite well known for crashing their DC-3s in the jungle, which kind of makes sense because they are mostly in the end of their flight time and the whole life cycle. As usual, we are starting cold and dark, so let's start our checklists. So yes, 8 a.m. in Colombia. Let me get my checklist open so we can get started. So, battery card, check. GPU, it says off, but I will actually turn on the GPU so we can get some cockpit lights already now. All switches off, radios off, main ignition off, magnetos off, parking brake set, tail wheel locked, trims, rudder trim neutral, aileron trim neutral, elevator trim neutral, autopilot off, crossfeed off, cowl flaps closed and off. There we go, cowl flaps off, gear latch down, that's latch we cannot operate, flap handle, flaps up, flaps are up, hydraulic reservoir checked, blowers low, propellers low RPM, throttle idle, mixture idle and cut off, carb heat cold, cold and locked, then weight and balance and fuel. We have 4,600 pounds payload today. For the first two legs, we are going with 200 gallons each tank. Let's make it 202. So main tanks we have full. For contingency, for the reserve, we will have 70 gallons for reserve. We will double check this at the first stop and go, and let me just do one little thing here. Forgot to launch our chat visuals. And here we go. Now we should have everything working. Oh, Daniel has internet. That's great. Welcome to the 2024, having an internet. So 400 gallons should take us the first two legs, but we will double check that at the first stop and go, and I'm expecting to refuel at least at the second stop and go. Our takeoff weight is today 25,600 pounds. We are a bit under the max takeoff weight, but seems we are at 85% of the maximum payload. But that's all looking good for now. Let's go to the next page. Then, chocks. Checked. Doors closed. Visual check, doors closed. GPU is on already. Battery of course, yes. Check the voltage. 30 volts, that's good. Then, position lights on. Cockpit lights are on. Then let's get some hydraulic pressure. Shut-off valve open. Pump 6 times. There we go. Check the pressure. We have hydraulic pressure. Shut-off valve closed. And cowl flaps can go to open position. And that's it. Then let's check our fuel tanks. Main tanks full. Reserve tanks at 35 gallons. All good here. Then fuel selector can go to left engine, left main tank, right engine, right main tank. Blowers stay at low. Propellers can go to high RPM. Throttles cracked by an inch. Mixture to auto reach. There we go. Carpet still cold and locked. And we can put the main ignition on. Oh, Andre is here. Daniel, chocks are away. I just took them away. Then, beacon on. Where is our beacon? Here. It's been 2 weeks since I last time flew this plane, so let's hope I still remember everything. Then let's start with our right engine. Let's check our prop area and open the windows so we can actually hear something. Okay, prop area is clear. People vanished when I put the beacon on, which I was kind of expecting them to do. Then, right engine startup. We put booster pump on, check the fuel pressure, then we use the... Okay, there's a bit of a typo. Starter energizer for 10 seconds. We can hear the flywheel taking off. Then we connect the flywheel to the engine with mesh. Wait for 10 to 15 blades to pass and then magnetos both and primer on. Let's do this. Booster pump on. Fuel pressure checked. And our right engine is running. Then let's wait for the engine to stabilize, and we will adjust the RPMs to 1000. Takes something about 30 seconds for the engine to stabilize and fully start up. This is always a scary moment when I come a bit scary that did I really put the parking brake on or not. That seems okay. Then let's reduce the throttle and adjust to 1000 RPMs. There we go. And same thing for the left engine. Drop area clear. Booster pump on. We have positive fuel pressure. And then same thing. Energizer, mesh, magnetos and primer. There we go, mesh. Magnetos. And primer. And we have left engine alive. Yeah, it is a bit of thunder and rain for today. We will see how the landings go, because the two stop and goes we have, they are dirt fields, and we are almost at maximum weight, and at least one of the fields is actually not very long. So I'm a bit worried about our braking on the field, but I guess we'll see. Honestly, I'm not feeling very confident with the landings after last night. Me and Daniel had a bit of pre-flight briefing, and it included a bit more than just water, so we'll see. And our left engine is alive. Adjust to 1000 RPMs. There we go. Then booster pumps off. Booster pumps are off. Check the fuel pressure and oil pressure. Fuel pressure 15 to 18 psi. Checked. Oil pressure 40 psi. Over 40 psi. Check. Well over the red limits. Then, after engine start, check energizer neutral, mesh neutral, primers off, battery can go to on, ship, and GPU off. Generators reset and on, reset and on. Voltage, we have almost 30 volts, perfect. Then avionics on, radios set automatically, altimeter 29.92 set, gyros uncaged. Where was the gauge button? Ungaged and ungaged. Wing indicator set, mixture auto lean set, hydraulic pressure up. Let's adjust our throttles a bit after changing the mixture to keep it at 1000, so we have sufficient oil pressure for the engine. Then hydraulic pressure. Hydraulic system on the green, landing gear pressure over 500 on the green. Perfect. Yeah, the weather is getting quite bad. We will see how we do the approach. Might be that we need to make a few go-arounds with the approaches, but it is what it is. Flight controls, full and free. Full and free. Then, before taxi, check the temperatures. Oil temperature on the green, cylinder head temperature over 100, checked. Oil pressure under 125. It seems that I still haven't double checked my typo, because 125 would be way over the red line. Anyways, we are ready for taxi, and before takeoff we will have the engine run-up procedures. Tail wheel unlocked. Transponder thing I haven't quite figured out yet, but let's just turn it on, and that's it. Then parking brake off, brakes on, and let's get our taxi clearance. We are taking off towards north.
Vanguardia ground, Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra, request taxi for takeoff north departure.
Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra taxi to and hold short of runway 23 in taxiway cross runway 05. Contact tower on 118.9025 when ready.
taxiing hold short runway 2 tree via taxiway cross runway 05 Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra.
No, it's directing me to wrong direction. Then I will ignore them, and because I think I was very clear that we are taking off towards north, so I will taxi here and ignore the ground control. Sorry ground, I'm ignoring you, I don't care. Then we tax. Okay, let's stop here and have our engine run up. Let me check. I have wipers here. They don't really do anything. They are as useful as my autopilots. Let's just keep them off. Okay, that's about wipers. Then engine run up check. Parking brake on, tail wheel locked again. Booster pumps are off. Mixture goes to auto reach. There we go. And cowl flaps are open. Set throttles to 1700 RPM. Much. There we go, 1700. Propellers exercised once. Right engine. First RPM drop. Verified. Second time RPM drop. Verified. Left engine RPM drop. Verified. And second time RPM drop verified. Magnetos. Set magnetos right, both, left, both. Verified drop. Right engine magneto right. RPM drop to 15. 50. Back to both. RPM climbs back up. And right engine magneto left. RPM drop 1550. Max difference 40 RPMs. Check. Left engine magneto right. 1550 round, back to both, and left engine magneto left, RPMs 1550, max difference 14 RPM, check. Both are back to both. Magneto cutoff we are not going to do because it cuts off the engine no matter how quick I am, so I will skip that one. Then blowers 1700 RPM. Yes. Blowers set high. Verify 30 inches mercury. Blower high. A bit under, but let's say it's still increased, so we are happy with that. And same with left engine, manifold pressure rising, RPMs rising, perfect. Back to the low. Then throttles, field parametry, pressure, which is around 30. Verify around 2200 RPM, checked. Fuel pressure 15 psi plus minus 1, checked. Oil pressure 80 to 90, slightly over 90, but we are still under the red line. Then feathering check. First, right engine feather, RPM drop, defeather, RPMs rise. Left engine feather, RPM drop, defeather, and RPM climbs back up. Carb heaters. Hot, cold and low. Hot, verify RPM drop. Verify, and same. Left engine, RPM drop, verify. That's a cold and a low. Throttle set to 45 inches mercury. Verify 2700 RPM, checked, and back to idle 600, 700 RPM. With the idle I have to be a bit careful on this plane because it tends to shut down quite easily when it's fully idle, so we'll just slowly adjust towards idle to get to our 700 RPMs. And our oil pressure drops down after 1000 RPMs. That's it, perfect idle. Then back to 1000 RPMs. No need for us to adjust the mixture because we are taking off very, very soon. So, pivot heats on. No need for anti-icing. Fuel booster pumps on for takeoff. Flaps will go for 1/4 flaps. There we go. Trims, I leave them neutral. propellers, high RPM, mixture auto reach, carpetes cold and locked, cowl flaps open, landing lights on, and transponder is on already, and we are ready for takeoff. Let's get our clearance.
Vanguardia Tower, Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra ready at runway 23 departure to the north.
Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Windcom North departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 23.
Cleared for takeoff runway 23 Douglas X-Ray Golf Sierra.
Let's get going. Tail wheel unlocked, parking brake off, and let's taxi to our takeoff position, which unfortunately is not what tower wants us to take off from, but it seems to be a bit of a bug in the game itself with these generic airports. It doesn't quite understand always the headings where I want to take off, so we will just ignore the tower and follow our plan. Not my problem if tower doesn't understand me. Go, and for takeoff. First, field elevation pressure, which is around 30 inches mercury. Then brakes off. We'll go with full throttle, and at around 90 miles an hour we'll rotate, and once we are airborne, gear up, flaps up, and at 120 miles an hour we will reduce our power settings for the climb and turn booster pumps off. Let's get our flight plan here and ready for takeoff. Full power. And rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Flaps up. So I guess we are not having a lot of scenery today with this weather.
Douglas X-Ray Golf Sierra, continue for north departure.
Vanguardia Tower, Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf
120
Sierra
miles an
continue for
hour.
north
Let's
departure.
reduce our power to 35 inches of mercury and around 2400 RPM. There we go. We will be cruising around 4,000 feet today. Let me close the windows. Getting a bit noisy here. Oppa. A bit more winds than I was expecting, but I guess we just have to live with it. Let's trim her for the climb.
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra, leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
That's too much.
Vanguardia Tower, Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra frequency change. Villavicencio approach Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra is type Douglas DC-3 5 miles northeast of Vanguardia 2,600 feet. Request flight following.
Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra Villavicencio approach. Squawk 0016.
And she
Squawk 0016
is
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra.
trimmed for the climb.
Douglas X-ray
Perfect.
Golf Sierra radar contact 6
Let's
miles
initiate
northeast of
our
Vanguardia, 2,800 feet.
right turn
Altimeter
towards
200
our
decimal
destination, Caruru.
Roger, Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra.
Heading 9-5. Niner. Okay, it looks like we are having a very, very cloudy flight today. Luckily I have my GPS map, otherwise I would be lost. Very, very lost. So first we will be flying above the Colombian countryside, and then a bit later on we will enter the jungle or fly over the jungle. Hopefully we will not physically enter the jungle. And we are at 4,000 feet. Let's trim her down. And let's set our cruising power around 28-30 inches mercuries and 20-50 RPM. There we go. Trimming the plane is a bit tricky, but once it's trimmed, then it's really nice to fly. But the trims seem to react quite slowly, and it seems we have a lot of gusts also tonight or today. So it's up and down all the time. Let's put landing lights off and booster pumps off. What is our heading? 158. Okay. Let's aim for that. There we go. I do have to say that in this weather it would be impossible to fly completely visual. But we are airborne. And let's change the hydraulic pump selector so we have our so-called autopilot also available. But I will actually change the weather to something preset because this is kind of stupid that we can't see anything. I'd rather see the scenery than fly in the clouds. This is a bit better. Now we can actually see something. We can change it back to the rainy weather once we are approaching our destination, just to try the approach and landing in a bit more difficult conditions, but for now, for the cruise, I think this is much nicer than looking at the rain all the time. Nice things about simulations that I can actually choose the weather. Not so much the case in real life, but for the sake of, I suppose we are going to be flying around 4 hours today. It's a bit boring to look at the gray clouds and rain for 4 hours. So this is a bit nicer. I will also activate our autopilot to hold our pitch Let's just descend a bit to our cruise altitude 4,000 feet and then level off at there. So we have 2 dirt fields today. I think it was dirt or grass, I can't quite remember at the moment, but it doesn't really make a big difference for the braking distance.
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra, contact Bogota Center on 128.6.
165 miles an hour, that's pretty
128.6 Douglas
decent
X-ray Golf
cruise
Sierra.
speed for today.
Goodbye.
So I suppose we don't
Bogota
have
Center Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra 4,300 feet.
basically any headwind for today, which is kind of nice because otherwise, if we were again cruising at 140 miles an hour, 4-hour flight would suddenly be a lot more than 4 hours. But this is good. Let me quickly try if, because my automatic chatbot clearly is not alive again, but does it take my commands? Ooh, nice, it does.
Goodbye.
Go check out Aviasau TV. A lot of real life aviation material, everything from live streaming from airports, plane spotting to air shows around the Europe, and I think they had some streaming from, was it Florida, Daniel? Or something very recently. But there's a lot of material, also interviews and exclusive material from airplanes, and yeah, Miami, one of the most recent ones. Let's level off at 4,000 feet. That's perfect.
14,400 feet, climbing flight level 180. ATR Hotel Kilo 52902, Bogota Center altimeter 29.902, radar contact, continue to VNX. ATR 2902 contact, approach on 120.905. Good day.
Okay, let's check our map a bit. So we are cruising now for 200 nautical miles, and then we will have a straight in approach at Caruru, which is a bit tricky because we are approaching over the river. And I have tried this once, and there seems to be a bit of winds over the river, which is right on our final. But we will see how it goes, and if it's not going well, then we just go around. So we will be cruising until our next waypoint and initiate our descent at the waypoint. Let me check what was the elevation of our destination airport. We took off at 1000. Yeah, La Vanguardia is 1360 feet above the sea level, and Caruru is 660 feet. So not actually very high elevation then. I will be right back.
ATR tree 9er, climb and maintain flight level 210. Climb and maintain flight level 210 ATR tree 9er. Avianca 240, contact Bogota, approach on 121.3. Good day. Avianca 240. Goodbye.
And I am back. Let's get our heading correct and back to the course we are heading. And check our temperatures. All temperature good, cylinder head temperature good, carb air a bit below, but that's fine. And one thing I forgot to do is go to auto lean with the mixture so we don't use all our fuel on the cruise. And let's check if I forgot something else from our checklist. After takeoff checklist, 120. It was our climb fuel booster pumps. They are off, yes. Then after takeoff or cruise checklist, landing lights are off, and we are not going so high this time that we would need the blowers, so we'll just leave them at the low position. For cruise, blowers low, mixture auto lean, throttles 28 to 30 inches mercury, propellers 2050 RPMs, and cowl flaps can stay open. Next checklist item is then for the descent, where we only adjust our throttles and propellers, and we will actually go for auto reach already when we start the descent, because it's gonna be very short descent today, from 4,000 to 660 feet. So we go straight for auto reach at that point. But for now we are just cruising. And trying to stay on our course. Daniel, do you remember when this particular airplane was exported to Colombia from USA? Was it 1950s, 1960s, something like that? You were checking it last night. (1953). That sounds close enough at least. And we are still maintaining the 155 miles an hour cruise speed, which is very good with DC-3. It was a bit of a shock for me last weekend when Daniel was flying the A320, how fast the planes are nowadays. I've got used to this one, 155 miles an hour. It's very good for me, but then seeing the A320 yesterday from Faro to Lisbon and eventually to Porto, how quick the planes are nowadays, or fast.
ATR 39er, climb and maintain 17,000 feet.
Anything for us? No. Avianca. No, nothing for us. Good. Let's turn the autopilot off and see if we can just fly with trimming the plane for a level flight without our so-called autopilots. That looks pretty good. It's quite amazing that the plane, even without the gyro pilots, it basically flies itself when it's properly trimmed. Of course, if we have thermals or any turbulence or anything, then it's all going to bad. But in this kind of conditions, just need to trim it and keep an eye on it. That's it. Quite amazing. Let me see if I can see from our map when we get to the jungle. Oh yes, over here we enter the jungle. Then our first destination is Caruru here. Then we are heading to here, I suppose. Yes, La Macarena, also called as El Refugio Airport. That's our second destination. It's gonna be also dirt field, and after that we have an hour and 20-minute flight, I suppose, back to La Vanguardia. The last leg, I believe we are going to be cruising at 3,500 feet instead of 4,000. It's such a short flight that we just keep it low and try to avoid all the mountains we have on the approach eventually. Okay, a bit of lift from somewhere again, suddenly. I'm actually interested, what is our trim looking at? It's actually not much. It's like 1 degree. Or is it? I think here it shows better. -3 degrees, says here. And we are drifting, of course. Temperatures good, oil pressure good, fuel pressure good, and we have 160 gallons per tank, so 320 gallons left. I'm expecting us to use around half of our takeoff fuel. I think it was 220 gallons block fuel for the first leg, and then we would have 180 left for the second leg. We will see that when we land at our first destination. So Daniel, are you flying anything today? Oh, A380 to Miami. Nice. So you are over the Atlantic at the moment, I assume. And cleaning the house. Oh yes, the boring adult stuff. Ooh, 6 hours to go. Okay, I hope I don't have that much. Okay, some sudden lift again. But then on the other hand, Daniel, I suppose you are using autopilot. So your plane is flying for itself and you are just checking after it. Let me check if I can get to our cargo place. Somehow. Oh yes. Or almost. Not quite. Oh, here we go. And we are way out of our course again. Andre, we are in Colombia. I suppose it's something very suspicious. I'm not telling you. I did actually find it a bit weird. Can we see it from here? No, not really. But I saw there was, oh yeah, some nuclear waste. It looks like. So yeah, very suspicious. We are carrying nuclear waste to the jungle villages. That's very suspicious. If I turn off the aircraft right now, then we crash, Andre. Then we crash. I'd rather not crash intentionally. No, no crashing today, I hope. And no Belém towers inside. And we are closing to the halfway points of our cruise in a very short moment. But Andre, we did that engine failure and restart practice 2 weeks ago. The video has also timestamps. You can see from there. We did it twice, shutting down one engine and then restarting it mid-flight. It was the flight from Montijo to Casablanca. Oh yeah, you were there. But once I'm a bit more confident with landings, with fully functioning airplane, I will try the engine fire procedures, which will mean that I will be landing only with one engine. But it's gonna be so challenging that not quite yet. Let me first try to land the airplane confidently with two engines, and then we can try the one engine landing, emergency landing. Oh yeah, I was muted, sorry. But yeah, there is a lot to come in the future. That kind of maneuvers probably not on DC-3. I'm not quite sure that it's capable of those kind of maneuvers, but we will see what the future brings. There's also coming a lot more jet action with Daniel, and we might even include Boeing to the jet actions and not only Airbus, but we will see. There's plenty of weekends in the year, so Andre, I'm quite sure your knowledge is just as good as mine. There is a reason why the channel is called Noob Trying Flying. Just slowly learning and practicing. So we are over halfway of the flights, the first flight, and we are about 1 hour airborne, I suppose. 1 hour and 10 minutes. So probably 1 more hour of cruising, and then we will have our descent, approach, and landing at the first dirt field. Or let's say landing attempt. Nice hydraulic pressure, temperatures, alright. We could maybe put the car heat on, but no need right now. I think we are looking, where was my temperature gauge for the outside air? Yeah, it's about 10 Celsius. That should be over the limit for any need for de-icing or anything. And we are only at 4,000 feet, so we'll just keep the settings we have. And soon we will enter the jungle, fly over some national parks until we reach our destination. On the right side of the map we have also Inirida, which is one of the destinations even to date where they still fly supply flights, and they have interesting setup because they have on the left side of the fuselage they have some seats like back facing the wall of the fuselage, and then on the right side they have the cargo nets. So I think they have around 10 seats per flight, and I would really love to do the flight one day around the jungle, but it's a bit difficult to plan because they don't have a set schedule. They fly when they have enough cargo so that it's worth the flight, and then they inform the people that okay, hey, tomorrow we have a flight. So it's a bit hard to plan for a tourist when you don't really know when they are actually going to fly. But maybe one day. And next week I am supposed to get room dividers screens so I can get rid of the very annoying virtual background on the camera. And then it's also easier to set up the camera when Daniel is here so that we can both be on the camera while we are talking. But that is a setup for next week. And also I hope it will help a bit with the echo from the microphone, because I don't really have that much any fabric on the walls or anything, so it's a bit echoey room at the moment. And we are in the jungle. Finally. For the stop and goes, I will leave the engines running on idle, and we will have a little break during the stop and go, and we will just take off straight away without doing the whole engine start all over again. And I am back. We are a bit off our course. Let's turn off the autopilot again. We don't really need that. We are a bit up. Okay, that's a bit too much trim. A bit above our cruising altitude, so let's descend back to 4,000 feet and try to keep it there. how is our fuel situation here? $130, so we have 260 gallons still in the main tanks. And then of course we have our 70 gallons of reserve also. 260. Yeah, I suppose we will have enough for the second leg also. Should have. Oh, we are descending again. What's happening there? Let's trim a bit. Nice and steady flight today. But once we are closer to our descent and approach, I will change the weather back to the Iranian stormy, just because I wanna try landing in that weather, just to make a little bit more difficult, I suppose. It didn't look too bad for me to have an actual visual on the airfield, so that shouldn't be a problem, but I have no idea how it's going to affect the handling of the aircraft. But that's something we will see. Is Daniel still alive there? Or is it just me and Andre? Oh, Dan is here. So I guess Andre who dropped out. Oh, okay, now it's back at 3 again. So, very soon we start our descent and approach. Okay, we are climbing again. No need to climb anymore. Let's trim down a bit. And trimmed too much. Jesus. And now we are climbing again. Okay, is my game crashing? No, just a little hiccup it seems. Haven't had that in a while. Okay, we are approaching our next waypoint and top of descent. Let me then turn our storm back on. I'm not using live weather for the time being because especially here in Colombia, not so much in the jungle, but especially in the mountains, the winds and gusts are quite horrific. And I haven't practiced at all crosswind landings or anything yet. So that is something for the future. For now I need a bit more stable conditions. Though this time I don't know how the storm will affect my landing. Going to be interesting to see. Let's check our checklists. So for descent, I will go for 25 inches mercury manifold pressure, and we will increase the RPMs a bit and also turn on the fuel booster pumps, and then On the final we will go for max RPM on the propellers and adjust our throttle however it feels correct. Oh, and mixture needs to go to auto reach also. I suppose that's... oh, landing lights also. So that's what we are going for. So let's check this. Yeah. And then we will start lowering the flaps also when we start our descent. I do have to admit that the visibility is not very good for our approach, but because we live year 2024, I will be using the GPS map as my reference. Okay, we are drifting off the course. And we are also climbing again. I think I will descend a bit to see if we can get a bit more visibility below the clouds. Because at the moment I have zero visibility. And that's not very good for our approach. Let's try if I descend to 3000 feet. Is it any better? There. Ooh, that lightning was close. Okay, we are starting to have a bit of visibility on the ground, not much. Let me adjust our power settings so we go to 25 inches mercury and increase our RPMs to 23, 2400. Oh, and we are diving. There we go. Then also mixture to auto reach, fuel booster pumps on, and landing lights on. Let's just try to keep it here around 3,000 feet for now. Not really that much more visibility, but luckily we do have our modern GPS map here. Just for a second I'll put our gyro pilot on. And we'll keep it level for now. We are at 2,650 feet above sea level. That is good for now. Is there anything else we need to do? Oh, I think that's it. Do we have any ATC? Nearest airports? We are going to Caruru, I suppose. Select runway. It is 12.
Sierra Kilo Charlie Romeo traffic Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra 2 3 miles west 2,600 feet inbound to land runway 12. Sierra Kilo Charlie Romeo traffic Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra 2 3 miles west
Not landing
2,500
gear
feet
yet,
inbound to land
sorry,
runway 12.
my bad. It's actually really difficult to fly without visibility. I'm not that used to flying with the instruments, even I have everything I need, but let's just try it anyways. So, quarter flaps, we are at 140 miles an hour, and adjust our gyro. Oh, Daniel, good luck. Luck is exactly what we will need. So we are at 2,300 feet. Okay, the weather is horrendous. Run 30 miles an hour, we'll go for half laps and adjust our rate of descent for now. Oh, you have landed like this. Holy sh! I would not like to do this in real life, not at all. I can kind of see the ground here or the trees, but it's really bad. We are far away from the airport. let's just level a bit for now. We are already under 2000 feet, but now we at least have some kind of visibility. A bit subjective, I think, but at least some sort of visibility. Power a bit for the time being, and we'll go for 3/4 flaps. Heading 117. There we go. 119. Good enough. Let's try to keep our flight level until I have some sort of visual to the airfield. We have about 9 nautical miles until the airfield. This is sketchy, as not gonna say the word, but it's very, very sketchy. At least we can see the ground at the moment. Something positive. Now we have visual for the river. That's a good sign. Losing a bit of speed. Let's increase the power again, just to keep our airspeed where we want it. Very, very sketchy. Our tail wheel is locked. Yes. tower once again. We are approaching airports and having annoying winds as you can see. So our airfield is at 660 feet above the sea level. We are at 1,400 feet at the moment. I have a feeling that this might have been a bit too big bite, but let's at least try. If we crash, we crash. Wouldn't be the first crash in Colombia with DC-3. And we have visual for our airfield. Finally. It's a bit of wind here, but we have visual. We are finally below the clouds. Now, reduce the power to our approach. See if it's Hudson landing or do we make it to the airfield. Full RPM. power bits. Powered. Idle. Well, not the perfect one. And what is this truck doing here? What is our parking here? Oh, I stalled the engines. Nice job, Pecha. Nice job. So, let's start them up, then almost. Oh, for some reason it changed the mixture. That's why the engine shut off. I have no idea why the mixture went to cut off, but let's try again. There we go. And same for the left engine. And now our engines are back alive. Okay, so I have no idea what happened to the mixture because it went to the cutoff position by itself without me touching anything, but we have two engines alive once again. Okay, so let's just park here. Let me check our next leg, which way we are taking off. So we are actually taking off to the direction where we came from. So I will park the airplane right here on the right side, and then we'll take a little break after that. And after the break, we will load our flight plan, next flight plan, check the fuel, and then just take off. Oh yeah, that's a proper dirt strip. Definitely, yes. So we'll just park here, take a little break. Parking brake on, mixture to auto lean, and engines idle. So, little break here and we will be back very, very soon. And we are back. Let's first load our flight plan for the second leg. Not here, sorry. Flight plan, load. We are flying from Caruru to El Refugio. There we go. All set. Then let's take our checklist out for the takeoff. Daniel, do you want me to take off with clear skies or with heavy storm? Whichever you prefer. For the rest of the landings and everything, I will have clear skies. I think one stormy landing for today is enough. My heart rate is high enough already after the one, so I'm not doing that twice. It's up to you, haha. Okay, let's go for storm then. And I will turn it back to clear cloudy skies after that. There we go. Storm engaged. Then where is our startup? No, not startup. Takeoff checklist. Okay, before takeoff, pitot heat should be on. Yes. Fuel booster pumps on. Flaps. We'll take off with quarter flaps. Trims. I want them actually to be neutral. Trims are found Control 5. There we go, neutral. Then propellers, high RPM, mixture auto reach, carb heats, cold and locked, blowers low, cowl flaps open, landing lights on, transponder on, tail wheel unlocked for now. And let's see if we have ATC here. Runway for takeoff. Now we are taking off runway 30. Announce taxi.
Sierra Kilo Charlie Romeo Traffic Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra is taxiing to runway 30.
Okay, I guess we are clear to taxi. Parking brake off, and let's line up for the takeoff. But yeah, I really prefer landing DC-3 on dirt strips rather than the asphalt or bituminous airfields. This just feels so much more appropriate. And then announce take off, depart west.
Sierra Kilo Charlie Romeo traffic Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra taking off runway 30 west departure.
Okay, I guess we are ready. We are supposed to have heavy winds and stormy weather. So, tail wheel locked. Field barometric pressure. There we go. Release brakes and full power. Oh wow, we do have a lot of wind here. Damn. 80 miles an hour. Oh, we are airborne already? Okay, that's a bit unusual, but I think it's due to the storm. Oh, this is bad. Oh, it's really bad.
Here Douglas Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra is type Douglas DC-3 1 miles northwest of Sierra Kilo Charlie Romeo 900 feet. Request flight following.
Oh my. The storm is really heavy on this plane. God.
Squawk 7455 Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra.
I really hope if I one day get to do the Colombian bush flight myself, I really hope we are not having a stormy weather. Jesus.
Roger,
This thing is all over the place. God. It's terrible. Okay, now we are dropping. Now we... Oh no. No, no, no. Like, here. Let's reduce the power.
On Colombia 4904, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 360.
Damn. We are...
Climb and maintain flight
Holy
level
God.
360 on Colombia 4904.
I'm going down on power because the winds are just pushing this thing around. And we are at our maximum speed already. Oh dear. Okay, no more stormy takeoffs. God. I'm almost on idle and... Wow, that was violent. That was very, very violent. God. Okay, let me go back to something I don't need to fight all the time. Wow, that was amazing. Power back up.
On Colombia
So
4042, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight
wow,
level 330.
that was... I did not expect that. It was so violent.
Climb and maintain flight level 330 on Colombia 4042.
Luckily nature is on our side and it cleared up because I pressed the button. But holy damn. I have to admit that I was not in control of the plane, not at all. It was only the winds throwing me from place to another. The normal takeoff speed is somewhere around 90 miles an hour, and without me doing anything, the airplane just got airborne at 80 miles an hour. That was interesting. Okay, but we are airborne anyways, so let's get to 4,000 feet and level off there. Yeah, I think first it was very strong headwind, and then I suppose the wind direction changed drastically because I was suddenly going 240 miles an hour even when I took the power down to idle. I was still flying 200 miles an hour forward. So yeah, that was quite an experience. Oh, I'm off the course. I'm still so freaked out by the takeoff that I'm not paying attention at all to our heading. Let's level up around here. But yeah, even on the ground before being airborne, I was dancing on the rudders. I forgot to put the feed camera, but I was giving almost, well, not maximum, 70% input to keep the plane at least somehow straight. But yeah, no more storm for today. That's enough for me of storms for one day. Maybe we can try again next time. Oh, let's reduce our power to our cruise 2050. And mixture to auto lean, and we are cruising. Trimming her to a level flight. A bit too much, I see. And we are the second leg. We are looking at about 1 hour 10-minute flight, so I would say 1 hour more for our destination, and then the third leg is about the same. We'll see if we do the third leg or not, because I have been live already 3 hours. So I think 4 hours 15, 4 hours 30 minutes live is quite long already, so we might actually stop it at the next airport, which is another dirt strip. By that time it's already 5 p.m, 5:30 p.m, so sounds like a good time for ending the live, but we'll see when we are there. We had our drama and action for sure with the storm, so but now she is nicely trimmed, all good. Now we are just cruising. How is our fuel situation? For this leg, our block fuel should be 170 gallons. And we have, right now, we have 100, yeah, we have 200 gallons, that's plenty for this leg. And then of course we have our reserve fuel also. Yeah, that gave me some heartbeats. That's takeoff. All good here, hydraulic pressure looking good, temperatures alright. Fuel pressure, oil pressure, or all within green. That's perfect. Oh, okay, my AI co-pilots luckily announced our clear of runway takeoff after takeoff, so all good with there. So far it seems that we have had 22 views, and most of them obviously are hop in, hop out, but concurrent views has been 3 to 4 most of the time. That's pretty nice. On the right we have some wetlands. And a bit of clouds, not so much visibility at the moment. Trim again. to keep level. Oh, booster pumps off, landing lights off. Mixture is auto lean, blower slow, carb heats cold and locked. I have also already installed the plugin for Twitch. So I will be testing at some point to stream both YouTube and Twitch. But I need to figure out the settings for Twitch because there's a lot more restrictions with the quality. To YouTube I'm obviously streaming with 2K, but for Twitch it's a lot less quality I can push there, and the bitrate is a lot more restricted on Twitch. But we will test that on some of the streams. Right now YouTube seems to be working perfectly. Not a single drop frame, and it's keeping 60 frames per second very consistently. So at least YouTube is now working perfectly. And she is perfectly trimmed. Little bit of adjustments every now and then, but very enjoyable plane when conditions are good. When they are not good, then not so enjoyable. We have more airfields here. Miraflores is to our right, and we are again crossing some resided areas. Then we will fly over the jungle for a bit more, and eventually we will be landing at La Macarena, another dirt strip. It's also a military base over there. And I'm way off the course. Be 2908 our heading. Now my gyro pilot is being very weird. Okay, now it's working. Okay, I will take a little break after the stormy takeoff. I need it. Okay, and we are back. Oh, let's descend a bit. We are 1,000 feet above our planned cruising altitude, and let's get back to our course also. Oppa, that's a bit too much. 1,000 feet per minute. Not on this plane, please. But yeah, that takeoff was very, very intense. I might need to watch it again myself to see what even happened there. Oh, weather is way better right now. We can actually see some scenery also. No more storm for today. She is a beautiful plane, I have to say. Looks like we are about halfway our second flight, which I suppose will be our final leg for today. It's getting already 4:30 and it's gonna be 5:15, 5:30 once we have landed and parked and also shut down the plane according to the checklists. Well, almost halfway. Not exactly, but yeah. Halfway our cruise. now that we are stable with this, our heading is 298. Let's see which one of our instruments is actually accurate. Gyro is obviously, it's over 10 degrees away from the actual heading. Then if we go here, let me hide the yoke. What did I say? 299 at the moment. Up we are. Descending. Let's trim. Okay, better. So 298, 299. This compass is off, same as the gyro. Then we have this one I don't quite get. The radio one. Huh. So if I put, okay, let's turn back to our desired heading. Right turn to 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 298, 299. That's correct. A bit over, but 303 at the moment. This is off. This one I don't even understand. If I put my heading here, 303, okay, I don't understand these ones. Okay, I don't understand our navigation here. Too many compasses for me to understand. I suppose this one should be correct. If I put, we are quite much 30, and that one is accurate. That seems to be the only instrument, navigation instrument on this plane that is actually accurate. Interesting. Yeah, 300. There we go. That is our only accurate navigation instrument on the plane. Nice. And by the way, we are flying manual, not on autopilot. When the conditions are good, this plane is super nice to fly, only with using the trims and sometimes giving manual inputs. In good conditions, super stable, but in bad conditions, not at all. Even we are almost at the maximum takeoff weight, it's still very sketchy. Very, very sketchy. Temperatures good enough, hydraulic pressure good enough, oil pressure, fuel pressure all good. And how is our fuel situation? A bit over 80, 160 gallons in main tanks. That's plenty for us. The elevation of our destination, Refugio, is 760 feet. My altitude at the moment is 3,800 feet. Trying to keep it at around 4,000 for the cruise. And we will start our descent at around here at the waypoint. Then we have again straight in approach towards the El Refugio. No mountains today, so I stay at the low altitude. I like to see the scenery. A lot of rivers and jungle here. ATC is being very, very quiet today. El Refugio. Nothing yet, we are not even close. We have a nice 150 miles an hour airspeed for the cruising. So not much headwind, nothing major happening. Very nice conditions for today's flights. Except for the few storms. Okay, we are back. Disengage the autopilot, so we are flying manual. And not long left until we start our descent and approach, which is about 20 nautical miles. And it is almost 5 p.m. already, so we will definitely end the stream at the next airport, but let's try to land safely first and get the airplane shut off properly.
Tower Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra 26 miles southeast 3,800 feet to land.
Douglas Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Tower. Altimeter 29er, decimal 9er 2, wind 278 at 4. Make straight in runway tree 5.
Fly straight in runway tree 5 Douglas X-Ray Golf Sierra.
Runway 35, exactly the runway we wanted, and altimeter 29er decimal 9er 2, that is set. We can turn the fuel booster pumps on, landing lights on. Let's check our fuel, by the way. Yeah, we're 120, 130 gallons. Plenty of fuel. Mixture to auto reach. And what else? Was there something else I'm forgetting? Cowl flaps supposed to be open. Yes, cowl flaps are open. And landing lights on. Okay, we are good to go. Let's almost missed our, or we did miss our turn, but let's get headed to the airport. Heading 355, sorry. set our power 25 inches and 2400 RPMs. We're diving a bit. Start with our quarter flaps for now to get our airspeed down a bit. Just for now, for a second I'll use the gyro pilots since I am flying solo, so I can get everything correct during the approach. Makes our life a bit easier for the landing itself. Auto reach, all good here. Cold and locked carb heaters, blowers low, all looking good there. Let's go for half flaps. No visual yet for the airfield. Check we have our tail wheel locked. I suppose this is our runway over here. Looks about right, but we will have better visuals soon. We are 112 miles an hour. Let's go for 3/4 flaps and we can disengage our gyro pilots and fly rest of the approach and landing manually. And good luck everybody. Put your seatbelts on and no smoking. that's our airfield. Seems like we are a bit low, but that's fine for now. Just increase the power just a bit so we can keep our airspeed. Storm went, but seems like we have a bit of winds. Wind still going on, some gusts throwing me around a bit, but nothing too major for now. $1,700 feet. Let's decrease our power beats. We are going too fast.
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra, wind 278 at 4. Clear to land runway tree 5.
We have our landing clearance.
Clear to land runway tree 5, Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra.
Miles an hour, that's fair enough. I think 90 is the final approach, 85-90, but I'm happy with this for now because we don't even have our landing gears going yet. Landing gear down. Yep, there's our landing strip. Let's go for full RPM. Little bit more power, losing airspeed here quite a bit. Oh yes, we definitely have some gusty wind here, but nothing. Just need to clear the trees in front of the airfield. Not a big fan of the trees in front of our landing strip, but we are happily down. Bit of dancing on the rudder again. God.
Douglas X-ray
damn.
Golf Sierra exit runway when able.
Then we'll exit runway and park and shut off the plane. But we are still alive. After 2 landings, we are still alive. That makes me happy.
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra exit runway when able.
We are alive and on the ground. Do we have ground services here for parking?
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra exit runway when able.
I have. Why are you shouting at me?
Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra contact ground on 118.2.
Here we go. Contact.
118.2 Douglas X-ray Golf Sierra. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ground services. Nothing. Okay, then I'll just park here. Oh, still? I don't want to run over you. Dude. Get away from... Get out of my way. Oh, there we go. Ah, we are parked. Parking brake on, tail wheel locked. And let's take out our final checklists. And get her properly shut down. Dan, nicely done. Oh yes, I'm very happy that we had 2 okay landings. Not perfect, but still I'm very happy with those. Well, tail wheel is now locked, flaps up, of course. Flaps up, fuel booster pumps off, trims to neutral. What was my keyboard shortcut for trims? Control 5. Those are neutral. Elevator trim neutral. There we go. Then what else? Pilot heat off, landing lights off. Landing lights off, pilot heat off. Then, yes, tail wheel locked, parking brake on, blowers are low, mixture auto lean, propellers are high RPM, throttles are idle-ish, shutdown, cowl flaps closed and off, closed and off, generators off, mixture idle cuts off. There we go. Fuel selector valves off, off, fuel selector valve off, magnetos, magnetos off, main ignition off, lights off, cockpit lights. Did we have anything else? Position flight, beacon off, avionics master off. Oh, and I lost my checklist because of avionics. Just a second. Oh, I suppose that's it. Also, propellers low. These back to takeoff position and open doors and battery cards. We have successfully shut down the engine. We have arrived at El Refugio, and since it's already 15 past 5, we are done with today's flights, and we will continue again next weekend. We will see what I come up with. We might have some jet action, who knows, depending a lot about movement at the airport and how available Daniel is next weekend. So we will see, but definitely we will have something. Thank you for joining and see you next time.